Peggle. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to leave the moment that says so. Hello! I have appeared in the middle of, what's it now, Game 4?
As am I. FD open. I know yeah.
Flying across the board, one of the other.
The crystal in
Honestly, yeah, no, I was about to say, let's trying to do right there.
over and over. There it is, the Cloud Pop Fair. Yeah, on a stage like this, you have to just respect that. And MSB answers right back with an upbeat. Yep. Even game again. Yeah, we're seeing Bucky get a pretty good handle of how MSB wants to approach. And with a stage like FD, you can kind of shut down a lot of MSB approaches. Olympia, especially without Crystal, has weird approaches. Kind of have to get creative. Absa doesn't really mind that. Yep. Bucky can just wait for a good up here like that. See, it will work. It will work and kill really early. On a stage like this, doesn't have a huge ceiling, too. Yeah, goes for the Thunderline, but is able to just wall jump and stay safe. Good drifty eye to dodge that crystal. Good awareness. Oh. And it looks like MSB's controller got disconnected. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, MSB's controller was disconnected, so... They're just playing it out? They're just playing it out. Okay. Alright, they'll figure out what happens if it happens again. Yeah, but now Bucket has the lead here. It's a pretty healthy percent. Not great for Absa, but I mean, Bucket can kind of just sit here and poke the whole time. Just keep racking on percent until he does lose his next stock. Or he can just go for a fair train. That could have killed. That was really scary. Yeah, okay. But now, MSB sitting at 87% here. This is like 100%. This is prime up till up air percent. Has to be very scary. Almost gets caught by that up air again. There's the up air. Alright, we have a game 5. So it is MSB's stage pick. But let's see what we get. All right, we're going to forest floor. Wait, no, this is Spirit Tree. I don't know the names, but yeah, low ceiling. I'm not super familiar with Olympia stage picks. I'm kind of surprised MSB picks this stage, because I know this is a stage Bucket likes also. I think the overhangs will be pretty handy for Olympia, but you have to be very careful landing. Alright, and I have to go play Workshop, so... Yeah, MSB takes Bucket stock first pretty early. Bucket's still kind of poking, just looking for an opening. There's the up air. Good confirm. Yeah, and it'll kill really early because of the stage. That's the risk of picking a stage like this. Bucket's fishing, just trying to get a little bit of percent here. Yeah, MSB threatening just like a jump in, a forward air. Just kind of playing like a lot of fundies, just trying to bait out a parry or something, and it keeps working. Oh, that could have been a scary up B. All the way up there. Just CC that the F tilt, fair enough. And there's the up B, that'll kill. Alright, Bucket last stock. MSB sitting at a pretty healthy 38% still with a whole other stock to work with. Absa can definitely make this comeback. We've seen Bucket pull some crazy comebacks and get some crazy early stocks if you can just find that one big opening. Forces Bucket off stage, but he makes it back. Oh, good Cloud Pop conversion. Just bouncing MSB back and forth. There's another Cloud Pop back air. Gets MSB off stage. There's the stock. All right. All right, last stock is pretty even again. Here we go. Breaks through the armor with Nair. Great awareness. Now gets MSB off stage. Suddenly, this just became a basically even game. Oh, and MSB hits him with the uppie so early. MSB takes it over Bucket. That was a crazy set. I only joined for like the last 2 games, but that was such an intense set.
Up the world domination. Right, on my way.
All right, and now I have to play bracket, so I will be going for now.
Hello, everybody. It's Pindon from Wisconsin.
And Rice from MDVA.
Someone here makes a lot more sense than the other.
I get to see this matchup all the time. This is classic BMS Grands.
Yeah, this is what you guys deal with a lot, huh?
Yeah. Whenever we can get them both with the same local. Because Gritty is Indy and Pike is Virginia.
Yeah. How does it normally go?
They were pretty even, I think, this season. Although I think Pike has taken the lead and won the last couple times they played.
Right.
But Gritty can definitely do it.
I mean, Gritty's got the kind of still play style that I think really lends well to Orcane, which is not necessarily hide, but keep space and be very careful to not overextend. Because when Sylv overextends against Orcane, it just gives Orcane such an option to just, you know, do what Orcane does to Sylv, which is murder very quickly.
And from what I'm aware, this is a pretty hard matchup too for Sylv, right?
The general consensus is that this is a very tough matchup for Sylv. Giga thinks this is the most difficult matchup for Sylv. And, you know, you should probably listen to that because he's Giga. And Gritty's taken a lot of advice from Giga as well, so they share a lot of play styles, so I imagine it's also similar in difficulty.
Right now, the game is pretty close.
Well, this is one of Gritty's favorite stages. Fire Capitals in general. Whoa, okay, cool.
Wow,
bubbles.
Calling Bubble 1?
Yeah,
I don't
something
know
like
what to
that.
call it. But Mike is, immediately as I said it was close, Mike has made me eat my words and taken another stop.
I mean, it's the thing about Sylv. He just needs to kind of play perfectly against Orcane, and Orcane gets a lot more movement to just sort of fuck around.
Yeah, and Mike is not going to give you that space.
No, not at all.
You mess up, you are eating so much damage.
And Mike has so much experience against Sylv as well.
Finally able to close out that first stop.
It's also the thing where it's like, this is a good stage for Sylv, but Sylv does have an issue killing. This is a very big stage, and a lot of the kills that...
Oh my goodness.
We love how F Special just doesn't hit opponents! It's great! It's so awesome! You can be fully on top of them, it just won't fucking matter! Hi, I play Sylv if you don't know. F Special is a multi-hit, and it only hits in front of Sylv and is only active for about 3 to 4 frames and is inactive for, I think, 5. It's one of his more active multi-hits, but it is definitely one where you'll just be unlucky sometimes. And Sylv kind of has the space for the lips to hit the opponent, not his actual body.
Yeah, I've always felt like it was a very weird move to kind of like navigate around playing against it, because it just feels like, I don't know, it's hard to tell where exactly the hitbox comes out sometimes.
Yeah, and like with Orcane it's a little easier because Orcane's like long as opposed to a lot of the rectangles that have a lot more given it.
Right.
But Orcane's also short, so you can't sort of hit their heads in the same way you can with others.
Gritty managing to take first stock this time. Much lower ceiling. So
lower ceiling. You need to be really careful with platforms here though. Because both Orcane and Sylv are so good at abusing platforms on this stage.
This is true. They both can get you on that plat and just tech chase you with the down strong.
And especially Orcane, just like, if you get up air or up strong tier, you're just dead. Like, it's just true. This ceiling is so low. There's not much that you can do. Sylv needs to play very defensive on this stage against Orcane. But it's one of the few stages where Sylv has an easy time finding kills off the side.
Yeah.
Or
off the bottom. I think that's probably what Gritty was going for, is like last time, Mike's defense as a player is just so good. It's so hard to kill him sometimes because he will always just live. If he has enough space to do so, he will live.
Yeah.
So that can be really rough, especially if you're someone like Sylv who doesn't have a lot of the strong hits needed to kill that stocks.
Well, and the place that I tell a lot of Sylvs to go to against Orcanes is Treetop or Spirit Tree, because it just gives Orcane less space to run away from us. Because if Orcane runs away, we have to chase him, and then we have a higher chance of moving. Whereas we can keep our really advantage state a little easier, but unfortunately, Gritty was not able to get enough of an advantage state.
and or classic Arcane down strong.
Literally. Killing at 147, which is reasonable. Which is
Yeah.
reasonable. It's fine. Orchid needs it. Our bottom tier dogs really need to just hate each other this fucking much for some reason.
It's true.
But yeah, that's another I mean, I guess it was MDVA. Fighting each other, but like this entire bracket right now has been sort of MDVA kind of running everything.
Is it my turn?
Well, probably, well, actually, maybe not 7B.
Yeah.
But now it's your job to win.
I will try my best.
BMS
We gotta do
home
BMS Grands
a third
again.
time.
I like how Shockless put in so much effort to make this not be VMS versus.
We're pretty good.
But like it just
I mean,
happened
it's
anyway.
gonna happen.
It
Like,
just happened.
You get far enough in the bracket, it happens anyway.
Yeah.
Some of it's upsets too, right? It's not.
No,
like
literally, we've had a few pretty big upsets that have changed things up, and a lot of crazy game 5s too, where it's
There's
like
been a lot of good sets.
yeah, a lot of people really fighting down to the tooth and nail across every bracket actually.
Figure out what set you got. Okay, next.
Sounds good.
But I'll keep yapping. I flew in here yesterday through a dust and a thunderstorm, and it was great. An hour and a half of pure turbulence. Hell yeah. And I got to play Rivals, best treat ever.
So true. How'd your money match go yesterday?
Huh? Am I a patch? Oh, I mean, I was shaking. My body was shaking because I was still feeling the vibration of the turbulence. So I was just like, you know what? I'm finding Maple. I'm ready to lose $10. I ain't got. I'm happy with where I'm at, and so yeah, I lost that. But you know,
That was me yesterday too. Driving up like 7 hours, I was like so tired.
no, literally.
We got back to the hotel room and just crashed.
Yeah.
Sleep time.
Everybody. Because the thing is, where I'm like, I at least like was able to like chill. Not on the second flight, but on the first flight, and like I played like Rivals like in the fucking airport. And I was just like, this is a great time. I'm having a great time. This is a relaxing moment. And then I heard all y'all's driving stories, and I'm like, so y'all just drove through hurricanes essentially. Just to get
Okay,
here.
we lucked out. We left early because none of us had to work.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we got there at like 4:40ish, and then
Yeah.
everyone else who came later was like, the rain,
Yeah,
the
the
fog, the hail, and I was like, we came the same route, right? Like I didn't have any of this. Like we were chilling.
Nah, shit just got real bad, real crazy, real quickly.
The only thing that isn't shown is my windshield. All the bugs have found a new splattered home, unfortunately.
I mean, you know, we live in bog. If you live in bog territory, it's part of the deal. It's part of the deal. What other matches do we have up in bracket?
I know in Winterside it's me and MSB is the other one.
That's a lot. How you feeling about that?
I'm excited. I want to play MSB. I was watching Aluminum play earlier, and Aluminum was so close to winning.
Yeah,
So it's my turn. I gotta avenge my fallen Shovel Knight.
yeah. You're fallen of what, 3?
Oh, my food's here.
All right, go get food.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep yapping. Shout out to amazing Rivals Regionals like Full Stack, like Hitfall, like Heatwave, for keeping R1 and the rival scene alive. It means the world to actually have everybody participating and playing in these games still. It's really nice to be able to come. Like the reason why we come out to these things is because it's so awesome to have a community. People just like want to play Rivals. So I'm really happy that I was able to get out here to participate and have fun. And I mean, we can get Full Stack to like Heatwave and Hitfall levels. We just need people to come and show up. And I mean, like, if you're looking for competition, this place has it. Like, we have fucking Bicycle, MSB, Alone, Melon, who is a huge rising star, as well as a lot of old homestays. We have Hit the Gritty for Ukraine, Giga and Akashi when they show up as well, and a lot of new exciting players who are trying to eke out their way in this world, which is very exciting. I wonder if Melon versus Shot Glass has started yet, because that has been they've been having a bunch of technical difficulties, surprisingly not just because of Rivals. Apparently Parsec is running in the background of the Rivals, causing it to slow down, which makes sense. But we also have, with Bicycle winning that set. He'll be moving on to winners finals, but playing the winner of Rice versus MSB. Okay. I can just keep on yapping. I'm so used to this. And then in losers, we have Natty Solo versus Bagel is Friend, Jubilo versus Dumbboard, Bucket Full of Biscuits versus the winner of Shot Glass versus Melon, and Julie versus Nemi. We've had quite a lot of upsets to get there as well. Dumbboard was an upset on mobile, but mobile I think was also an upset on aluminum as well. And Rice was an upset on Nemi because Nemi upset Melon as well. Other upsets that we had. Yeah, MGE was a really big upset on aluminum. I mean, SK Ditto going to Game 5 last dock. I mean, there's not much more you can want. Fortunately, it was not on stream, but it was a very, very good set. Coming from the SK region, showing off how good their SKs are. We had Bagel's Friend beat Alkali. That was a pretty big upset as well. Taking Alkali out of the tournament pretty early by Julie as well. She's also been making a pretty good showing. We also have not just Rivals bracket, Rivals 1 and Rivals 2 brackets. We also have had the Smash 64 bracket, which has been going along as well. I think that one's done, maybe? Can I see it? Yeah, we were waiting on Mobile Gamer Joy to fight Peace Prize, who will then fight J-Boss. Who so far has J-Boss has only dropped one game. And we have, who else? And then Mobile Gear has been making a pretty big run after initially beating Nemi and losing to Peace Prize. So lost 3-0 initially. We'll see how that goes in that losers finals. We also have had Peggle, which was ridiculously tense for some reason, with MSB winning that one, and who coming in second?
Alright, you're getting Rice MSB.
Alright, cool.
Semis.
Looks like we are getting Rice MSB on our way. Making MSB run around like a complete mad lad from game to game.
5 game 5s in a row. Six.
No, I'm about to say you already did 6.
2 in each game.
Hey, you can make it. You can make it a 7. It'll be great.
Probably will.
And you had a game, and you had game 5 in Peggle as well, right?
Yeah, that's one. That's 2 of them. 2 in Peggle, 2 in Rivals 1, 2 in Rivals 2. All in a row. 4 hours of sleep, 3 cups of coffee.
You're doing amazing.
I don't know how I'm alive. I don't know if I'm alive.
Hey, the one thing I know about Rivals players is that the closer they are to death, the more the better they play in bracket.
It's true. I have nothing to lose anymore. I've been hit by a truck, but the only difference in this new world I find myself in is that I'm better at every game I play.
And we will be having MSB playing Ollie again. We saw the MSB play against Ollie against Bucket Full of Biscuits in a tight game 5 as well. Getting some really good early kills. It'll be interesting to see how these two fight each other. SK, Ollie has a lot of interesting counterplay, given that SK kind of has the just about enough disjoint, especially with Bear, to make Ollie have a rough day. But Ollie is just so actionable and can have such an aggressive advantage state, especially against heavies like SK. And yes, SK is kind of a heavy. Doesn't matter if he doesn't have 4 frames of landing lag. If he has the same weight of Sylv before armor and then Adderless weight afterwards, he's essentially a heavy. But we have so far a pretty even set, with both of them just sort of trading neutral a few times, trying to get a good advantage save, neither of them able to secure it especially. Rice doing a good job avoiding all these crystal pops as well. MSB really just sort of needed to use Ollie's base tools kit in order to get a good start in. Ooh, and good dare there. Unfortunately, not able to extend it for too much, but able to get out of the disadvantage state that Rice was in. But that will be enough to match them kills right away. Ooh, and beautiful dash attack up smash. Not enough to kill Ollie, who is also quite heavy herself. But MSB kind of running away with an advantage stage here. Rice really needs to get in, sort of box out these states that he's been getting. Rice doing a good job of destroying Crystal when he can and taking advantage of it, but is just not getting the opportunity to get a kill, and most importantly, not get enough money to like armor or an artifact any recently. Still doing a good job, able to get that by breaking the armor and going from Momentum Mail, making him heavier and giving him a little more movement, which he probably really wants against Ollie, who has so many movement tools to his disposal in this game. Ooh, and going for the dares. How many dares? How many dares? And that is why we hold out when we start getting dared, not hold in. Granted, with Ollie, she was at low enough percent that it's kind of difficult to even hold out and get out of all those dares. There we go. That's a holdout that we want. MSB able to get back on the stage. Are you joining?
Oh no, there's no headphones or anything. There's just a hot mic.
We're just
Hi.
talking.
Cool. I hope they can hear me well.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that I'm close enough.
Oh, yeah.
I'm speaking loud
This
enough.
bucket full of biscuits, by the way. And bam! Rice is off to a good start.
Yeah, how do you feel about MSB's Ollie today? You were fighting it earlier.
Should I say this on recording? I don't think it's great. If I'm good, I win. If I'm not good, I lose. I think honestly, I was probably scared,
But I mean, MSB's Ollie has been doing some crazy shit recently.
Ooh!
Especially with the combos.
That is such a good option. I don't know how many Shovel Knights you see, but back air up strong
unfortunately.
is so good.
Yeah.
And I don't see other Shovel Knights doing it as
Well,
much.
and especially Rice using it to really deal with the armor that MSB has been utilizing a lot.
Oh yeah. Back air is already so much of Shovel Knight's neutral.
Yeah.
Beating armor is just icing on the cake.
Yeah. And so that'll be the first game going to Rice, even though he was struggling at the very beginning. I think he's starting to figure out MSB's sort of gameplay.
Shovel Knight, you hit the market, you come back stronger.
Basically, the second he got Momentum Mail, he had so much more to work with.
FD.
Yeah, MSB loves FD with Ollie.
Why?
I don't know. He's done it a lot.
This is one of Shovel Knight's so good here.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing.
I don't take Rice, and I love FD, and you saw me take MSB here. That's proof.
I think maybe the idea is to sort of linearize it, because Rice was using a lot of platforms there to sort of help with his approaches and to mix them up a little bit. Especially...
Here we go. No tag.
Yeah, no tag, and that is going to be...
It's a really weird timing, but you got fished on. Oh, down air just in the nick of time.
Yeah.
I don't think he was dead, but...
No, but it's nice to be able to get out of the advantage state and turn it
Speaking of
into
advantage
another
state.
one.
Mugging.
Stop holding
Oh
in!
my god, Rice just quadruple downed on your DIing in this whole time.
This is why I said that I can't commentate, because I just yell at people. It's a little
You're
bit
back!
But as I said, it's also difficult for Ollie to get out of this stuff because
Good.
it's heavier. Ooh, very good DI there to actually escape that second dare. But Rice just running away with this game.
The nair was so smart. He had no momentum to cancel into anything on like up B or anything strong like that. So he just, while I'm going down, I'm gonna throw out a nair, and then we got a bit more drift out stuff.
Interesting that he's sticking with the Ollie here. I would have gone to Crag for this point. Really, going back here, despite being so strong, maybe MSB feels like he has a better understanding of what Rice is looking for on the stage. but already kind of being put in the corner as well. But still chasing him around quite a bit. Rice not really being able to get a good reversal, but that dare will, for some
Let's take
reason,
some more damage. I'm liking it. He's so confident on this pick.
I mean, I get it though.
Showline has the movement to punish that.
I've
Oh, it
seen
doesn't get
MSB do some really criminal things on this stage, especially with Ollie.
I think you think he just likes side B a lot.
He likes side B, but he also the edge guards that Ollie can do on this stage can be really impressive, just because of the lack of mix that people have, as well as the fact that up special just like kills at 40 here.
Hey,
Beautiful Dacus there. Was that Dacus? Or
I don't know.
That's just a sliding up strong. But MSB currently in the lead and using down special there to mix up his momentum to not be hit by that F-Smab from Rice. Looking a lot stronger than he did this last game, where he had already lost at this point.
Oh yeah. Oh, down air. Interesting.
Able to get the down air into the down smash, and that is going to be
Ooh, that's a
momentum
parry.
mail
The Bluey.
into a parry, into
Oh, it's
a
even,
kill.
but he has momentum now.
Yeah, momentum mail. MSB needs to be a lot more careful now in terms of approaching and calling out when or not Rice is actually vulnerable to a lot of attacks. Ooh, and a reladdering. No, we're good DI to avoid the ladder there. Good cancel as well. But there, but you are getting tossed around by SK.
No spike on that.
Able to get back to
It's
stage.
not easy to land. Racking it up.
And avoiding the up airs as well. MSB displaying very good survival DI, but not able to get the advantage that he was able to get earlier before Rice was able to get momentum mail. And going for the gear as well. I think this is a really good choice against Ollie.
Still in the lead is MSB. We're talking so much about this momentum stuff, but like Ollie has plenty of momentum himself.
Yeah, but I think the momentum mails are, mobile gear is a really good idea here to really just cause more problems for Ollie. Because I mean, with mobile gear and bear and everything, you really cannot rely on down special to keep yourself safe.
Rice is pretty devout to mobile gear anyway, but like this is it just makes it better.
But MSB being very patient here.
Oh, plenty of time to just roll out.
Doesn't go for the punish on the anchor, but is still blocking him out. Good parry on the gear itself, and being very patient, not trying to overextend the combo, just trying to keep it and get as much damage as possible, recognizing that this is a very heavy character now.
Oh goodness. Alright, nice.
Rice trying to use his burst options to get in and get some sort of advantage state, because he hasn't really been able to. Only some call-outs and interruptions of MSB's advantage states.
He got turned around somehow.
And down strong may have been a bad choice, but able to return
Here he
neutral
comes.
from it.
Ollie has to give up the entire stage because there was a mobile gear on it.
Basically. Be very careful on his way to get back to stage. Able to get the up special.
That gets you out of a pickle. We're gonna cancel that. Oh! Down
with
strong,
that down
that's
strong
it.
pull out, and
Alright,
Jesus Christ.
and that'll
Get
be
out of here,
MSB's.
MSB. Go play Rivals 2.
And you actually get to take a minute to like.
MSB not having to do another game 5 into another game 5, finally getting a little
He
break.
picked FD and I said airport speed run.
He knew.
All right. And so then that will be Rice moving on to winners finals against Bicycle.
No way, dude. This is literally just every Virginia local.
I know. How is
Except Willow's not here.
how is Rice and Bicycle's record?
He's never beat him.
Oh really?
Yeah, a lot of Game 5 recently. There was a BMS not too long ago where he lost 2 Game 5 sets to Bite in one go. That was tough. But and the pre-local last time, like yesterday, was Rice Bike Winners Finals Grand Finals.
Wow.
And that was 3-0 both times for Bike. So
Gotcha.
I'd be feeling pretty good if I was Big Bike, but
Rice isn't playing very well.
I'll believe it. He's a good player.
I don't know. He's dropped like maybe 2 or 3 games this entire tournament so far. Because he won 3-0 against Nemi, won 3-0 against MSB. Won 3-0 against Hen. Yeah, he has not dropped a single game this tourney so far.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense.
And so Bike will really need to be on top of this game in order to keep up with this momentum that Rice is
Odds
just
are
playing.
I have to play Viral Melon
Yeah,
for
go
9
do it.
probably.
Go do
so
it.
nice commentating for a bit. Good
For
shit,
sure.
Rice.
Run Dumbboard Winters.
We will be moving on to Dumbboard Winters. So that means that MSB will be going down to fight the winner of. Where's winner of three? Oh, we are so far away. Wow. Yeah, because on loser's side, we're not even in loser's top 8 yet. We got quite a lot to do there. Still waiting on Melon versus Shot Glass. Melon getting initially upset by Nemi in the Crag Malo matchup, which is a very tough matchup for Malo. It looks like we're going to be having Natty Solo versus Bagel' friend. Once Bagel is ready. R2 itself. Let's see how that's going. R2, we have MSB in grand finals against Sassy, who beat Natty Solo, JM13. Beat Natty Solo twice to get to that spot. But MSB versus Sassy was 3-2 last time, so it'll be interesting to see how that one shakes out. For the run back. Alright, and we will be moving forward with Natty Solo versus Bagel is Friend. Maple versus Orking. Melon! Wanna know who won? Hey, Melon beat Shot Glass 3-2. Wow, tight set. And so for the Sylve Orking matchup, we have arguably top 1, top 2 character versus arguably bottom 1, bottom 2 character. Am I supposed to be saying something?
What's wrong with you?
Me? What do you mean? What's wrong with me?
Orcane's not bottom 2.
Okay, tell that to everybody else.
Bottom 3. You're stupid.
Okay, I'm sorry. Apparently, Arcane's bottom 3. I. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And we have the Viral Melon joining, fresh off of a win against Shot Glass. We will be having this set starting Orcane versus Maple on Jules Vale. Bagel's friend making a very good run this bracket, as well as Natty Solo. Natty Solo making it very far in R2 as well. It'll be interesting to see how both these players play into each other. But already, Bagel, his friend, trying to go for fast early kills to not let this Orcane get any breath.
I mean, that's a lot of what you do against those things, right? Like, recovery is not the greatest. The air friction makes him easy to combo, but like the big thing is with recovery, you can like get him to up B and hit him off stage again before he gets double down. Like he just dies.
Yeah.
So that's like such a huge win con. And when you have like something like Maple Fair or just like tether conversions in general off stage, that becomes a lot easier.
Yeah. But Maple is light, and Orcane does have really easy kill power. So once Orcane is able to get in, he has a lot of opportunity to do well.
Orcane stops seeming like a low tier once he hits you, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like so much damage, kills so early.
Oh, and missing that dash attack, able to get another
okay,
parry
there's
though.
a parry punish. Oh, not getting that up strong though, yeah.
Yeah, probably trying to go for a
Up air,
up air, but just missing. But because an up air on a Maple at 74% on this stage definitely would have killed.
Yeah. Down strong up air, very good if you get the DIN.
Bagel doing a really good job to make it really difficult for Natty Solo to actually get any sort of comfortable spacing though.
Oh wow, what a parry! I'm getting like a little dash backwards. Maybe trying to get like ledge boost.
Yeah, Bagel's friend always has really amazing movement that is really needed for dealing with characters like Orcane.
That's a good thing to have on the fastest character in the game.
Yeah, literally. If you have the ability to sort of control exactly where you are at all times, you kind of have the ability to outmove everybody.
Yeah, big burst options from Orcane. People underrate that move, but yeah, if he's at like cooldown, that's just like something you need with. Like, you know, casual 30 stage.
Well, and especially for a stage that's more thin like this one.
Yeah.
Even though it's more.
And like no flat either. Like you're not gonna be on a flat.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of places to hide, so then you jump, in which then Orcane still might be actionable enough, especially if it's event empowered and he's far enough away from you to still punish whatever you're trying to land with.
Well, I feel like in most cases you can punish that, but yeah.
In most, well, if you're Maple, you definitely. But
Maple. Yeah. Maple can punish most of them. Oh, the side B misinput. Or not misinput, just like a little bit of spacing.
Didn't get on back on the stage.
So he just looks out of that.
But I mean, winning a game because your opponent SDs by accident, that's not the most comforting thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially on a game that was that close.
This is best of 5, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, best of 5.
You know, with the way that Bagel's friend has been playing, like that hardly seals us. You know, it's game 1.
Ooh, but this combo.
I love that side B tech vision in there.
Double butt really trying to get in, but Natty Solo really just sort of covering sort of any time that Bagel's friend runs in.
Very fortunate to get out of that back there. Like that situation is so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, missing the Wayland there, that's very crucial. He's not gonna kill. I wasn't really no rise on the pressure, so immediately pushes back up. Oh, misses the parry that time, yeah. Got the parry on that the first game, but Natty Solo based it out. Took the reputation. Spot losing the other side of the stage, yeah. so good. Like Maple being fast and having Lily is just like so good because it means that unlike a lot of characters with those sort of setup tools, like Crag Rock,
Yeah.
like, you can get away from people so easily, and it really gives you room to set up a super crucial resource. So knowing when to do that with Maple is so important. Oh, that's out of the
Beautiful
up
double
air.
up air.
But yeah, you gotta be ready for that, right? Especially even after you get out of the up air, it's like an RPS because
Yeah.
she can wait an up B or she can like instant up air. You have to choose whether double jump or air dodge. If you don't have a double jump or air dodge, then like it's so bad.
And especially if you're Orkin, you don't have
Oh
as
my
much
God,
aerial grip to
yes.
get out of things. Baylor's friend initially struggling here,
Oh,
but
back air, yeah, not perfect DI.
but getting a good advantage state when she is able to get in. But Natty Solo is really just doing a good job of sort of boxing out a lot of her approaches.
Yep. Oh, for the extension with the air dodge shit. Yeah, that's like a thing. People don't realize that you can like hit someone and then air dodge as an extension. That's a thing you can do.
Right.
Most people don't do it. I don't do it honestly.
Yeah, well, it's because it's that means you're burning your air dodge, so if you get reversaled, you're
Yeah.
suddenly without a resource, which can be really scary.
Yeah, if you can get someone like a checkmate situation on DI, I know it's so good. Like I've seen like Bucket, not the one who's here, the other Bucket in Canada. Orcane main, sweet spot back air, out of the double jump, and then air dodge with the other one.
Yeah.
Kill so early, right? Because what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You can't DI out on the back air, so
Yeah.
you're just there. You just gotta watch it. Misery.
Bagel' friend making a really good run back here.
Yeah, it's almost even again. Was down to stock just a moment ago.
And Orcane without Puddle needs to get back on the stage.
Able dash attack 1 to hit some Orcane off stage seems so weird because Orcane's vertical recovery kind of sucks. And it just sends, it's like a semi-spike. Oh, but down
Very
tilt
good
DI
down
in.
tilt there.
Yeah, just catching, since you're always holding him and recovering, right?
Yeah.
Right into the outstrong, no hesitation. And that is going to be, Natty Solo going up 2-0. I mean, we saw...
These have been very close games.
Yeah, like, I'm sure... Well, I'm not sure. Wait, this isn't DSR, right? That's the SD.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you can get the same thing, but without the SD, you probably win.
No, literally. And keep up your, and as long as Bagel's friend is able to keep up the advantage state, I think Natty Solo is going to have a lot of trouble really dealing with these situations.
Oh yeah, already sorry, I'm so calm. I don't blame her at all for trying to get the kill, because if you can get a kill that early, so good.
But Natty Solo doing a good job of SDIing down.
Okay, not quite dying with that. Oh, that's death.
Yeah, but that's death. And already, that's a very strong first stock from Bagel's friend right there.
We're daring.
Making Natty Solo not feel comfortable at all.
And we're daring?
And I mean, honestly, it's smart because every single time that Bagel's friend has been trying to, like,
oh, misses the wayland on the stage. That's so bad.
cover close to this stage has really been struggling.
Yeah,
but
now it's so hard to get back. Oh, it gets back with an air bounce, so what a great recovery. And DI out on the forward tilt. Yeah, Orcane, one of the few characters with like a DI mix on his trap. And it is so good to have a DI mix on your trap.
Oh
Like,
yeah, especially if you're on a stage like this where the last ones are a lot closer.
Yeah. Like character like Michael, for sure.
But already, Bagel, his friend, a full stock in the lead, looking a lot more better in her favor.
Yeah, even after like the 74% death to forward tilt.
Yeah. I mean, she has the space to sort of deal with it, and is doing a good job of getting out of these working combos as well.
Reverse forward tilt ain't my rivals too. A lot of the early characters have so many reversals. We won't talk about this. They do a lot of damage and have reversals.
Oh, that was a beautiful follow-up to get that wrap right there.
Oh,
and that
fair
will not be
I mean,
enough.
hey, what comes around goes around, or whatever they say.
Something, pinned and curse.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
But now, Bagel's friend has to win through 2 counter picks.
Yeah.
Which is not the easiest against Orcane. I mean, Maple doesn't have many bad stages, but when Orcane gets to dictate where you're going a lot of the time, that can be really difficult.
I am eyeing 3 particularly bad stages to take Orcane to right here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Which ones?
Not those 2. But I mean, I don't play Maple, so what do I know? All right. Spirit Tree probably pretty bad. Like, you just think about up air.
Interesting.
You look at a stage and you think about getting out working up air on that stage.
Yeah.
You're like, how bad would this be?
Yeah.
Tempest Peak, not that bad. Biggest top class in the game.
As well as a really good stage for Maple to get these fairs that just send working to the last one and make it really difficult for him to recover.
Yeah, I mean, these side class definitely do a lot for Maple's recovery, but I feel like the edge guard is doing way more work for Peggle than it has been for Navi Solo.
Yeah, I agree
So,
with that.
like, giving that extra recovery option, maybe a bit of a trade-off for going here, right? But you get, like, those close flats, you get, like, a small stage size. You don't fucking die to up air at, like, 2. It's great, right? So, definitely understand this pick.
But at the exact same time, these side blast zones with Arcane F tilt and F smash can be really scary. That will be a miss input, sending Peggle's friend into another SD, unfortunately. Maybe I should get off comms. Maybe I'm a problem here.
You're wrong. I mean, you haven't been saying, oh, these players will love SD. SD, that's like a commentator curse. Getting the
true.
Nair Dion mixer, first time I think we've seen a Nair out of Kelly. And we're just like, I'll try on platform, I guess.
But a very good mix. It worked out to actually get it.
Giving it back like even. Maybe not as good as it could have been without the SD, but still powerful voice.
Well, and especially, as I said, like, she has been very threatening to Natty Solo this entire time. Not really giving him a lot of room to really go
Playing
find
neutral.
Oh, but that bubble,
Those bubbles, yeah.
very good placement of these bubbles by Natty Solo, never really giving.
Slowing down the game so much right now.
Well, and he's also placed them in places where she can't parry them,
Yeah,
which is very huge.
I mean, Peggle loves to move in the air, and like, bubbles are really playing as a good counter to that right now. But, you know, this is not also a percent you want to see Maple play back, just when you're a character like Arcane. You want to get like your fucking down strong stuff.
Ooh,
DI is
not dying there
Nair,
because
that's fine,
because of Tempest, but very close.
yeah, also just Tempest. Probably any other stage of the purple.
Oh, yeah. She was very patient to make sure that she got him a little higher, like, to actually.
What kind of stock situation is this? Okay, yeah, guess the down strong with punish there, honestly. How do you
Taking
get the
a
skill
second
quickly as
three.
Maple? Like, that's the question. No mark online either. That's
Yeah,
down there. And
really
dash
just
back. Up air
trying
will
to
do
get a
it.
kill.
Yeah, catches the DI in there.
But this is Peggle's friend's turning stock. Peggle really needs to win to get a quick kill here and not lose too many neutral states.
Yeah.
Being very careful here, spacing around, waiting for the with punishing it, not getting much off of it though. That is the thing about Tempest. There's a lot of room for working to run away from
These
here.
air conversions. Getting good damage. Like, any damage here is so important, especially when you have a lead like Nice Wave does. There's the up air into the up air. Yeah, off the falling up air. Missed the first one, but still picked it up.
Yeah.
Great conversion. And Natty Solo can take that 3-1.
Moving forward in bracket to fight someone we don't know yet.
We don't know.
Yeah, the winner of Jubilo versus Dumbor. Jesus Christ. I don't know who that's going to be, but it's going to be interesting. A very good play by Peggle, his friend there. Unfortunately, the SDs, I think, just interfering a lot with her success in that moment.
I think it was the first game. I might not like it so much.
But
For whatever I said.
But Natty Solo also just playing very well in general. I mean, like, the amount of times that he, like, took the perfect amount of time to parry Lily and shut that down, especially since Bagel's friend was relying so much on it, really just set up the situation very well for Natty to keep on moving forward in bracket.
Yeah, I feel like we saw so many adaptations of both players. in
Oh,
that
yeah,
set.
100%.
Like, all the games look so different.
Yeah.
It's very impressive stuff.
Which is nice. I don't know how to make games look different, so I like it when other people.
And speaking of Jubilo Gumball, guess what we're watching now? We got some Ori versus Zetterburn.
They were playing friendlies of this earlier, and just like everyone was like, "Oh my god, this is bracket," and like riding around it, and then they're like, "Hey, we need you for this," and they're like, "Oh." But in the friendlies, Dumbor was in the lead over Jubilo.
Yeah, you show that a bit, Zetterburn.
Hey, Zetterburn deserves it. You know what I mean?
Someone brought up a point that like a big weakness of Zetter is that boosts the character everyone boosts up in training mode so they know how to combo it.
Literally.
And I was like,
literally.
This like almost makes sense actually.
Like, I know how to Nair loop Zetter probably better than any other character. Which is ridiculous because Krag exists.
Yeah.
And so we will be moving forward into the set.
This is a big storyline this bracket is MDVA versus Outstate, right?
Yeah.
That's what we got here. Jubilo, very good MDVA player, and Dumbboard, very good Outstate player.
Yeah. I was hearing.
I gotta leave.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Bye, Myron Mullen. But yeah, I was hearing earlier that at the moment, Dumbboard might be Upstate's best player at the moment. Meaning that if Jubilo can take out Dumbboard here, this will be a very big win for MDVA. But this is Ori, and Ori can do really cruel things, especially on a stage with as small blast zones as Forest Floor. Dumbboard also showing a lot of patience here. But that patience is not enough when you're on fire and are at 90%. Ooh, and that parry is going to be huge, not denying Dumbboard any sort of advantage state at all, and getting more and more fire on. And Jubilo's been doing this thing today where he just like jabs and dash attacks and jabs and that's it. And it just works because he plays Zetter, and I honestly love it. But Dumbboard doing a very good edge guard of Zetter here, unable to get the wall tech. That will be a stock going down for Jubilo. Still, Ori kind of got pretty high percent, especially against Zetter. A well-played strong attack here is enough to kill Ori very easily. Not even without a power at this point. So, yep, that purple's at 100 and missing the wall tech again. Dumbboard responding very much in kind though, saying, I'm not going to let you get any more damage on me, because if I do, I'm going to be in a very dangerous situation, but constantly on fire. Jubilo really taking advantage of the advantage over the time that fire is able to put on him. It's like a really difficult situation for Dumbboard here to fight back. And this is now kill percent, and that'll be a purple as well, with the first game going to Jubilo. Jubilo really just showing a lot of damage very quickly that Dumbboard was not able to sort of close out by any means. Banning Spirit Tree to sort of, and banning a lot of stages that where Ori can just kill very quickly with a dash or with a really good bear, requiring Ponder to Dumbboard to really deal with the sort of neutral against all these Zetter fireballs. Starting out well though for Dumbboard, able to get some early percent here and get Zetter off stage. Already setting up for an edge guard, getting the sign pop to just keep him off stage for longer. Jubilo able to get back to stage, but not without a significant percent deficit up to the start. But able to throw Dumbboard off stage and get a dare, killing at 50%. Ugh, and this is the thing about Ori, so much kill power, but it's just so quick and so easy to just murder if you have the slightest bit of an opening. Especially for a character like Zetter who has so much readily available kill power. Trying to get a bash there, unable to land it, and that's another dare! Oh my god, Jubilo is just running away with these stocks! Able to get the Sign team up to get a kill there. This is a full stock down for Dumbboard. Dumbboard needs to get a really quick stock here, not take a lot of damage from the Zetter, who just is not leaving him alone at all. Ooh, a beautiful sweep fair there. Really sending him out far off stage and grabbing him with the F strong as well. Dumbboard down 2 games. This is, if he loses one more, he is out of the tournament. Really needs to be careful with his counter pick here. Really not looking for stages that Jubilo can really move around in. Going back to Jules Vale, I understand it. This was a much longer game that he was able to prolong a lot better and get a lot more plat drops using this sort of side platform as well. And using Sign Pop as much as he can, really trying to use Sign's greatest capabilities here, but needing to be scared of this Zetter who is just so willing to throw out all these kills. Able to get the dash attack, able to get the empowered up strong, not enough to kill, but able to get a lot of percent on this Zetter. That sweet fair will kill, but Jubilo is at a good high percent. Dumbboard just needs the right setup to get a good kill on Zetter. Good wall tech there. Going for the bash, unable to get it, but that parry will lead into a kill. Looking a little more even here, but as I said, Jubilo, oh, and that will be an SD from Jubilo, suddenly putting Dumbboard very much in the lead. But that sweet up air will be enough to kill. This is Dumbboard's turning stock. He really needs to get and start doing damage to Jubilo here. Jubilo not giving him any space to do so. Good parry. Can he capitalize off of it? Able to get a bunch of up airs off of it. Get a good lot of percent. Nice dash attack. Missing the bash. Getting the up special though. Into the sign pop. Oh, but that's a huge parry. Unable to get much off of it though. Jubilo had a lot of percent here. Dumbboard really looking for an opportunity to get to secure a kill. Able to get that, and that'll be a purple up strong. Dumbboard on the board again. Now 2-1. Needing to secure 2 more stocks. Probably getting the momentum that he needs to get back in the game. It looks like we'll be going to keep on hovering over Blazing. But we'll be going to Tower instead. I really understand this pick by Jubilo, especially since he was getting so many kills off the side with these F smashes and down smashes. But this is a really good stage for Ori. Ori has so much of the ability to just use these platforms to do a lot of plat drops and just rack up damage like crazy. And also, these platforms allow a lot of extensions to really chase people off stage once they're able to get some sort of advantage state. Dumbboard able to get one there, 2 up airs. But Jubilo able to get back onto stage, not allowing Dumbboard to get a kill. Dumbboard trying to wait out this fire to escape any sort of power attack. But Jubilo just on his ass, trying to get a kill as soon as possible and able to secure one with a sweet fair. Very good parry there as well, able to get the up strong punish again for the kill. Jubilo setting on fire and getting so much damage on Dumbboard really quick. Dumbboard just not able to get back to a comfortable spot on stage. This wall of fairs is just really making it difficult, and he can't get back in. Able to get back in there. Finally back on stage, trying to establish stage presence, but that platfall fair will be enough to kill him there. Dumbboard needs a quick kill, able to get the dare, converting it, trying to get Jubilo back off stage, unable to secure the off stage edge guard, but able to get that bash, sending Jubilo almost to death, just a few percent away, missing that second up air that would have possibly taken Jubilo to the last zone. Able to get the F smash though. Looking very good. If Dumbboard can keep this up, this is very good, but he needs to make sure that Jubilo does not get in. Jubilo not giving him a lot of space and constantly getting him on fire as well. But also not able to get in as much either. And as Zettermer off stage is going to have a rough time getting back against Ori. Able to get back on stage. Up special, interrupting any sort of approach that Dumbboard was looking for there. But Jubilo at a lot of percent here. Looking very even. Both characters very much at kill percent. Both of them just need the right confirm, and that will be it. Jubilo taking Dumbboard out with a sweet up air. Very good bracket by Dunboard, though, making it all the way to top 12. And that will now be Jubilo going to fight Natty solo. And we have the twins fighting. Bucket full of biscuits versus Viral Melon, who coordinated their outfits today. Are we playing Rivals of Tether? Are we playing Tetherball? Oh, we're doing a Rivals reset. Never mind. Are we playing Rivals of Tether? No, we are dealing with the controller issues that Rivals is forever plagued by in both games, because Melon plays keyboard and Bucket Full of Biscuits plays something. There were a lot of reasons. I can't remember what Bucket plays. Another one being that Bucket, what controller do you use? I didn't get a response. And this is the bigger issue with keyboard, is that you have to fully remap from here instead of from the character select screen. This thing is so light. So, but thankfully, Melon is very used to doing this because he goes to a lot of locals. He knows how to handle this stuff.
So like the main case is pretty thick, but everything's.
And then he needs to come here and check to make sure it's the right sit. Literally the Viral Melon. Yo, explain the tag. 1,000 times resist, which he really likes. Fortunately, no dual TNT tag today. Oops! Guess what I forgot? Hey chat, guess what I forgot to do again? I forgot to run a bracket. Oops! Anyway, excuse me while I start a bracket really quick. Oh, never mind. They started for me. Someone started for me. Thank you to whoever started for me. Someone started for me.
Solo commentary. Josh, you on, right? Yeah. What do you think?
No. I need TO view. Give me TO view, please.
Any more than two, it starts to get a little bit overwhelming, I'll admit, especially for viewers. But yeah, solo commentary is definitely a skill to be honest.
What do you mean? I want it. Settings. Need to reset bracket. Fuck. I am so sorry. Sure. Wait! Shit! I'm feeling as a TO. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm feeling as a TO and a commentator. Alright, sorry about that. Anyway. Back to our set here. We have both players at even percent. Twinning both in game state and percent. Both of them kind of trading. Melon kind of trying to look as best he can for some sort of advantage state. Able to get the fair, and that will kill off the side. You know what? I can do both. I can commentate and handle this.
Are you Pinden, I assume?
Yes, I'm Minden.
Says, if someone tell Pinden, I will run bracket for him when he's there. It's not started yet. Check in, not processed.
No, I know. We're chatting right now. We're good.
Okay.
Hi, Willow. Anyway,
Yeah, I took a picture of it and then put it back. Can I meet up one up? My friend.
Link, Astro, and we will be moving on to this next match at Jules Vale. And Bucket is just using these up tilts to box out these down tilts. Neither person really wanting to leave the ground for some reason, but finally leaving the ground. But honestly, I understand not wanting to leave the ground when you're fighting an ABSA. It can be a very scary thing, as we can see right here. But missing that parry, leaking that pack fire, very difficult. And Melon trying his best to get in, but Bucket doing a really good job at sort of blocking out all of his approaches with these clouds. But Absa's a very light character, and a well-placed fair is going to be enough. That up air is going to be doing a lot of damage. Melon really struggling, needing to get in. Trying to get as much of a combo as he can and get an early kill on this Absa. This is a lot of percent for him to be chilling in. Preparing the Firecracker to cover Bucket's recovery there, but not really able to find a way in to secure a kill. Meanwhile, Bucket does not have that issue with its very strong F-tilt up air. I'm trying to reset bracket. How do I reset bracket? And we will be taking this game 3 to Ethereal Gates, or whatever this stage skin is called. And Bucket able to get the first kill, but Melon really struggling to actually get in and get a solid kill. This is a big stage, but that up air, it will be enough to cover that recovery. Both characters kind of returning to a neutral state here, and Melon trying to get as much of a combo going with these down tilts. Now here's a question I posed for you, chat. Who is the evil twin? If they are twins, which one's the evil one and which one's the good one? By Rivals lore, I think Malo is technically the evil one. I don't know. This is pretty honest gameplay. From both players, so. Ooh, beautiful fair there. To just rack up more and more damage on Bucket. The Bucket constantly weaving in and out of these approaches that Melon is doing. Melon's so used to these wall techs and ults though. And throwing out all these bombs, making it really difficult for Bucket to actually get in. Going for a down strong, and it does nothing because it's a bad move. Able to get the upper though for a kill. Very strong edge guard here. Bucket just not able to get back in. Melon fully boxing him out, and a lot of percent able to get that flashbang fair to close out that stock. Oh. Hen! Yeah? Zoomander says hi!
Hi, Zoomander!
And we will be moving on from this with Melon in this game lead to FD. Very interesting choice by Bucket here, because bombs can become very threatening in a stage where you do not have platforms to retreat to, but also they do not become as trapping. And so it'll be really interesting to see how he can play around it and also utilize Absa's really strong edge guard, as we're seeing right here on the stage, when Malo only really has one sort of mix-up he can do in the recovery, which is ILD or not ILD, one of which leaves him a lot more vulnerable to a lot of Absa's bullshit. Missing that fair there, but still getting the down tilt and racking up damage as fast as possible, but not able to secure a kill. But hitting a thrown bomb with that to actually kill there. Actually a super rare move by Malo there. Usually you connect the bomb to the thing. But oh, and beautiful nair there to take advantage of a lot of damage on this Malo. Both of these players just doing a really good job at keeping each other either on stage and taking a lot of damage, or off stage and struggling to get back on. But both of which not really able to get a solid advantage state of their own. Able to get that firecracker, but the Thunder Pop will cause a backfire, killing Melon there. Beautiful bair there. And beautiful up air. Bucket needs to kill Melon here, otherwise he'll be out of this bracket, because Melon already has 2 games lead. But this is a really big tech chase with all these down tilts. Able to get back to stage, but not with a lot of resources. And Melon just keeping up this edge guard, getting so much damage on this Absa, parrying his finisher. Good parry of the bomb there. Unfortunately not able to capitalize that much off of it, and Malo is just not letting up any pressure of this. And the down strong kills.
Just not fucking good enough.
And that will be Melon moving forward.
I need you, Melon. I need you to know I've never seen that character in my life.
The stream runner just said, I've never seen Malo in my life.
I messed up to the other TOs. I'm like, who is this character? I've never seen this character.
Malo is some bullshit. Malo's awesome, but Malo is some bullshit.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure, Melon,
All right.
speak while I TO.
So, people on stream probably saw me down tilt 80 times. Now, good thing to know about the Malo Absa matchup, or just Malo in general. Normally, if some Malo down tilts you over and over again, you can jump out of it if you DI a certain way. Absa can't do that because their jump goes down. So you just get to do it for like 50%. It's so stupid.
Anyway,
by the way.
This game is quote-unquote balanced, in that it's overall balanced, but not everything is balanced, unfortunately. Oh, I want to kill some participants, please. I love you, Big Pond fam and Bagman, but you did not check in.
Well, I guess I'm taking a break.
Who? What? Yo, Solange, what did you do to your fucking UI?
I was thinking about neutral.
Okay.
Oh wait, shit.
Okay. Alright, that's fine. I need Natty Solo and I think Jiggle is still playing Workshop, right? Okay, as soon as he's done Workshop, we'll get you guys on. Is the other side here? Unless Viral Melon needs a minute. They did just finish the other one.
Do you have any idea how we're supposed to get? Yeah. Name two of the best.
You have to ask the front desk. There's no way that's the only way around. You should be able to work around all the way this way, but they have to open it anyways to get that.
Whatever's the best.
I mean, everyone else is on now, so you might as well head out. Come back. But we need people back for the battle, for sure.
Yeah.
So you might as well head out.
I know you will.
It's a basic control, so yes, that's that. My colleagues have a shot left. I'm like, there's a single digit number of people who this could be.
I know Nebby was also there, but I don't know what control.
That was my thought. It has to be either Nebby or something. Thank you.
Alrighty. What else are we doing today? Alright. I did not beat the allegations, chat. I'm very sorry. I literally made a pool for this bracket, and I was like, an option was you never started on time. And I promised I was going to start on time, and I did not start on time. So I'm sorry, everybody. Anyway, full stack is still going on. Not my dumb bracket that I'm running inside. So that will be Viral Melon moving on to losers quarters against Julie, and Natty Solo against Jubilo in losers quarters as well. Both of whom will be moving up against Hit the Gritty for the Ukraine for the former, and MSB for the latter. Which means that we have a chance for either Palm Silv or Malo Silv, which is crazy.
When is this happening?
Excuse me, chat. I have to do a first to 5 in Creatures of Ether against Old Man Spidey.
We are waiting on no, it's Jiggle and Natty Solo. Jiggle and Natty Solo. Yeah, but after.
Yeah, we'll wait for you to do that.
What are we doing? Are we doing just two decks? Can we choose our two decks and show it to the two decks? There's no way. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
We can just oh, right. That's a thing. Okay. I think I've already used
I have decided to choose that. Yeah.
Well, I'm doing my clarity more now.
I may have accidentally put a small fan alert on my shit.
Let's go.